All right, there we go. Hello, Barry. Let me move my chat over here. Okay, let's see. This is gonna be number 278. Let's do this. Wow. Let's put these away and then I'll get started. Start from this corner. It's my PC volume. Okay, we could put that up. Yeah. Patterning. I think patterning is just one of those things where, in my opinion, I just looked at maps that I really liked and just copied them and then either tweak them to make it fit into the map or just use them as is and see where I want it to be. Of course, the type of mapping I always did was very easy to do, so easier said than done. Because like my mapping was like grid style mapping, which is pretty easy to do. But yeah, I think that's just the best way to start. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have much mapping advice. I'm someone who did mapping and then gave up on it forever. Unironically, I was too early when it came to reviving grid mapping. When I talk about grid mapping, I mean like geometrical grid, like very rigid square type maps. Yeah. But like I was making those in a period of time where literally none of those were getting ranked. And then as soon as I stopped making them, like I saw a number of them get ranked. I never got serious enough with mapping to ever become like a ranked map or anything though. It just was not meant to be, I think. Especially because I refused to learn hit sounding. Yep, and I still refuse to learn it because it's now fun. it just it's just really good patterning and yeah, like really good patterning and it just flows really well. And the repetition is perfect. It's just a masterclass in patterning, I think. Hello, Shattered Pixel. How you doing? Doing good? Nice. I love government documents. pocket. Yo, what's up, Mushi? The Mushimon, how you doing? Indeed. Listening to the tunes and digging the blocks. Pasta salad. I need to get some macaroni salad sometime. It's going good. It is start of my weekend, so I am spending some of it mining the chunks. That is how it goes as of late. Especially while the Goink is at work. Gotta wait for her to come back and we'll find things to do. True. I'm carrying the chunk mining community on my back here. Although you'd be surprised, there's people out there doing similar stuff, but not too many people. I don't know that many people that are digging deep slate, to be fair. People don't like digging deep slate for some reason. Need to try and make dinner today, some pasta. Do it. Speaking of pasta, I had, God. Why can I never remember the name of this? Oh, I had the carbonara bulldog today, and I added some chicken to it. Wonderful breakfast. I had some cooked chicken thigh that I just threw in there. Been farmers market maxing. I really should check out the markets around me. It's just they're only open on days where I'm like too dead physically to go. So I'm like, I don't want to go out so early. What to do with 4 cucumbers? I mean, cucumbers for me is snacking with like a dip, or obviously you could do in a salad. You could use it for a sandwich as like crunch. Cucumber and hummus is a great combination. Seasoning with salt and pepper is a good idea too. Yeah, I think if you do pre-cut them though, they might spoil a little faster, so keep that in mind. Just depends on how you store it. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, I've been just trying to cook and eat more at home as of late, just 'cause takeout's crazy expensive. Like, even the cheapest places I used to get takeout from, like, it's just really hard to justify. £2 of mid-Chinese food for $10 yesterday. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. There is, oh, you know what? There is a Chinese takeout place not too far from me. I keep putting off trying it, and I'm like, maybe I should just try it. Been off work for the summer. I can't think of that many occupations where you'd be off for the summer. Like, are you a teacher or something like that? Or like, do you just like work in a school? I don't know what other occupation would have summers off. Work at a school. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, cooking after work sucks, but I think what really helps for me, especially because, okay, the type of job I work 4 11-hour shifts per week. So I do get 3 days off, but after work, I literally don't have time to cook. Like, I don't have the energy, I don't have the time. So honestly, what I do is just like, I I try to prepare like ingredients, not meals, but like literal ingredients, and just throw them all either in the fridge or the freezer, depending on how soon I'm gonna eat them. And then when I come home, I basically just throw the ingredients together for a meal. So either as like a quick, like, you can do this with like pasta, rice. Rice is a really good one. Ingredient bowl dinner. Yeah, basically. I've been doing this more lately, and it's just really nice to be able to throw everything from the freezer straight into like a microwave, or depending on the item, like a air fryer, and just have it ready pretty quickly. And not even just quickly, but like without needing to like actually cook. Like, you just sit there and wait for it to heat up. So even if it takes a while, at least you're not actively cooking. But this does take time to do, so you would have to do the ingredient prepping like at least once a week or something, depending on how much you're willing to make at one time. But this is kind of what I have to do to make sure I actually eat at home. Otherwise, I'll get takeout way more often. And I really don't want to get takeout 4 times a week. That is not sustainable for my wallet or my health. Look at all this Instamine. Boy. Honestly, one of my favorite things to make, like, just throughout the time I've been working this job is just I get some chicken thigh and I do chicken thigh, rice, I do a little bit of pinto beans, and then I throw on a spicy mayo and some parsley and just throw that into my mouth. Oh yeah, rice cooker is such a vital kitchen tool. Like the rice cooker was such a good investment. You would have died to the singular source. Oh no. But yeah, rice cooker has been such a useful one, especially because like I know I can cook rice over the stove, but I'm just so lazy. It's just so much easier to have the rice cooker do it for me. Exactly. The rice cooker doesn't mess it up or burn it for me. It sings a little song. Now my rice cooker just straight up does like a harsh beep telling me to come get it. Like the greedy little pig I am. It's like the dinner's ready, buddy. Get over here. That's okay though. I don't need my rice cooker to sing me sweet lullabies.
Hello, I like
What
money.
Mr.
the?
Beef Air just subscribed.
Thank you for the prime, Mr. Bizarre. Appreciate it. I love the Jeffrey Bezos dollars. Not that I do it very often, but you can kind of just cook like things other than rice in your rice cooker if you really want. Especially if you got a fancier rice cooker. Like there's some rice cookers that come with like an ability to like sear stuff in there, which is kind of crazy. You could cook half a brick in the rice cooker. I don't know how much nutrition you would get out of it, but you definitely could do this. You might have to break it up, though. Oh my goodness, a hype train. That's funny. Power saw. Hi, I'm from France, and I often watch your videos while doing other things on the side. First time I posted a message in chat. Just want to give you this subscription because I think your project is really cool. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think this project is peak second monitor background content, so I definitely think that tracks. I appreciate that, man. That's really nice. I also think this project is really cool. It's just a very satisfying thing to do, and the more and more I work on it, the more awesome it feels. I think they just met their first message in either like a long time or like one of their first, but yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Ooh. What's that? Okay. This chunk's pretty fast so far. Honestly, I thought this quadrant was gonna be a lot more difficult, but at least the string of chunks I've gotten lately have been faster than average, which is really strange. Like, I think I've gotten 3 chunks in a row that were 1 hour, 31 minutes. Which is like 9 minutes faster than if... Or no, it's like 11 minutes faster than if the chunk was just full deep slate. It's my fastest chunk time. I think it's like 30 minutes or something, like 39 minutes. It was just straight up just a gigantic air pocket, basically. We still might have 1 or 2 chunks in this project that could still be faster. Like there's definitely some fast chunks still there, but I did do a lot of them in the quadrant I was mining. They just happened to be there. But yeah, there's some fast chunks still, but for the most part, most chunks are an hour and a half-ish. And if everything goes according to plan, I planned on doing 3 today, and this is our first of the session. And I did tool repair last night, so I don't gotta do that for a little while. So I can just focus on the mining. Exactly. Oh, just like I kind of wanted to throw this out there because like my brain is still thinking about what we were discussing earlier, but like the freezer is probably the best invention ever for our busy lifestyle society. Without the freezer, it would be really hard to do meal prepping. Like, the fridge is good, but it just isn't the same as the freezer. Like, depending on how much you prep, you could literally have weeks worth of food that you can just pull out from the freezer. What do you freeze when you meal prep? I freeze anything that isn't, like, meant to be fresh. Like, I don't freeze any fruits or veggies, but I freeze any cooked proteins, usually chicken breast or chicken thigh. Beef I don't freeze because I never make enough beef to have to freeze. And also beef is expensive now, so I don't really buy it anymore. But I also freeze rice. Rice is the big one. Do I portion it out or freeze it all together? It depends. If I'm making myself a lunch meal to bring to work, I will make a couple meals and put them in the freezer as like a fully portioned out meal. But for the most part, I usually just freeze the ingredients like just in separate bags, and then I just pour them out and take them out as I need them. I just find it easier to have them in like big bags of just the same item, so that way like I can just grab as I go and I can like mix and match as well. Because I do get a little sick if I'm eating the same thing every day. Not like physically sick, but like I get tired of it. There's some things I like eating over and over for sure, but you can only eat chicken and rice so many times in a row before you're like, I want a sandwich or just something else. Chicken, rice, and beans. I mean, I eat some variation of chicken and rice and chicken, rice, and beans multiple times every week. It's just so cheap and it makes me not hungry. Those are the important things. Yeah. Honestly, just like any kind of carb with a protein and then some kind of fiber is the ultimate breakfast for me. Big on tofu. Do you eat meat at all, or is tofu like your main, like, quote-unquote meat source? Don't eat meat. Okay. I wish I was strong enough to completely give up meat, but I just don't like the other alternatives to meat enough to give up on meat completely. I definitely eat meat a lot less than I used to, but I just don't see myself giving it up anytime soon. Not fully, anyways. But I respect it. Anyone who's able to fully cut out meat from their diet and like thrive, I respect it a lot. I'm definitely not one of those people that thinks that like if you don't eat meat, you're like you're a freak of nature or something. Like I'm not eating a full steak or anything every day. Oh yeah, beef especially is one I really don't eat much anymore. Tofu is gonna turn into a girl. Tofu's got all that soy. This is gonna turn you into a woman. We don't want that. I wish I liked seafood more. I just can't get over the smell and texture of most fish. I'll eat like canned tuna every now and again, and like I can stomach it, but can't do it. And then even like nicely cooked fresh fish, I'm still just like I just can't get over it. Oh yeah, no, I hate the smell of canned tuna. I'm just saying the smell of all fish, like, is repulsive to me, even if it's like fresh. I don't like it, for me, fish is not really the flavor profile that gets me. A lot of it is the smell and texture. And also just the idea of fish. Fish to me are kind of fish are like the actual aliens that we've been looking for in the sky. They're just in our ocean, man. Fish are crazy. Fish are friends, not food. I don't know if they're friends either, but they're certainly something. Momo when he drives by a political rally for the Mus Party. Hey guys! Hey guys. Commits arson. What? Who said that? What's up, Wither? Good morning, fish. Dang, there's actually a pretty substantial air pocket in this chunk, on top of the Instamine. This is wonderful for the chunk economy. Can't believe I just heard slander about fish. It's a me problem, I think. Pickled herring. Oh boy. Even this the song B lines up. There's some songs in the playlist that would leave you very very satisfied. There's some exactly same BPM songs in my playlist. There's also some that'll drive you crazy because they're so close, but they don't line up. In case you are wondering, deep slate mining with efficiency 5, netherite, and haste 2 is 150 BPM. I thought that was like a cake. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Pudding. Yeah, I thought it was like a dessert. Guys, I have a problem. I haven't had dates in a long time, and I just bought some recently, and I'm struggling really hard with not just vacuuming through them. Fish pain. Yeah, there's people that are crazy out there that would argue fish don't feel pain. Lum. Am I a crazy person for just hating the flavor profile of sour? I just don't like sour things. Yeah, I don't know. Sour for me always just never sat right with me. No, I don't even like pickles. I like my food salty and savory. I don't like my food sour. Like I don't like using lemon in my food, for example. Which I feel like is like a sin for cooking, not using lemon, but I just hate lemon. I think it was partly because of how my family cooked with lemon. It would be the only thing I could taste. Because they would put excessive lemon in the food. So that's probably why I don't like sour very much. I don't drink orange juice. I mean, to be fair, I don't really drink juice anyways, but certainly do not like orange juice. Or no, I certainly don't drink orange juice. I don't hate orange juice. I just don't really... It's never the first thing that comes to mind is like, I want this. I never craved orange juice in my life. I mean, that's probably because I'm a soda drinker, so for me, juices are just like, I may as well have soda at that point. Although I stopped drinking full sugar sodas, so that helps. Soda is as close as I get to consuming citrus on a regular basis, or like excessive citrus. Like, I still try to have enough to not get scurvy. Although I think it'd be really funny if I got scurvy, though. Sparkling water. I just can't do sparkling water. For me, it's either... For me, the only drinks I like are literally just soda or water. Those are the only things I drink. I'm kind of crazy. I'm kind of a crazy guy in a regular world. To me, crazy bread is normal bread. Just a peek into your twisted mind. I'm a very twisted individual. I mean, I'm sitting here mining Deep Slate for fun. Sick and twisted. Also, this is gonna be a really fast chunk for a chunk that didn't have just a massive air pocket on the surface. So this is great. Don't break the pickaxe. I am aware. I still got durability. Like, what's it at? Oh yeah, we still have... I could probably mine another 200 blocks. I'm a professional. Let's not talk about how many picks I may or may not have broken. I think to a regular Minecraft player, if I showed them how many netherite picks I've broken, they would probably have a heart attack. Justice to believe pickaxe breaking, true. Alright, we're getting there, we're getting there. Gonna continue pasta salad. Alright, sounds good. Thank you for tuning in, Moosh. Have a good one. Enjoy the salad of pasta. Enjoy your weekend as well. The insta-mine in this chunk is kind of endless, I feel. I feel like we're gonna pay for getting all these faster than average chunks soon. Last couple chunks now have all been faster than average without any like super massive obvious air pockets. Sorry, I kind of spawn camped the durability there. Red pixel, no more. Cat is dead. Okay, 2 more layers. Didn't miss anything above, did we? I don't think so. What about here? Ah, okay, cool. Right. Yeah, this is another fast trunk. Quite a bit faster than the last few have been even. Be like 7 or 8 minutes. What's up, Sam? How you doing? How to do a live hour shift because someone was ill. Awesome. Awesome. Well, hey, now it's your turn to be ill, right? Yeah, there we go. Another chunk complete. Dies. Alright, very nice. Let's punch in the stats. Daminor 4518. Alright. 1 hour, 22 minutes, 30 seconds. Oh. So that is 14 Daminor. How many diamonds? Everyone. And then block some deep slate. Okay. Blocks mine 13.4k. Yeah, that's pretty low. Good efficiency though. And then 11.4k deep slate. Still pretty good efficiency. So I just mined fast on top of the air pocket and excessive instamine. Nice. Well, ouch. Okay, I'm actually curious. So there's even more air pocket. And that's not a whole lot, but there is also this. This is definitely good, and Instamine. Dang, we might get these chunks done fast today if they keep staying like this. Alright, well. I will just quickly grab some water, and then we will work on the next chunk. So just be a few minutes. Alright, I've returned. I have no idea what you're talking about, Sam. That's awesome. Yeah, doesn't Peppy do quite a bit of biking himself? Last week he rode his bike for 7 hours, 27 minutes. Oh boy. What a guy. I would love Peppy a lot more if he did more to actually care about his power users. He can be as snarky as he wants as long as he actually does things for the people that play the game. Yeah, I was gonna say, instead of the power users, he's catering to the iPad baby. You just gotta reply to every dev that tries that with, "You're not Peppy, bro." He removed you? Wrecked. Wrecked. I'm sorry, Sam, but wrecked. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy reason to get removed. This guy literally got dinner with Cookiesy. He shouldn't have a problem with people who are banned. Wow, speak of Peppy and a Katamari song comes on, I guess. Um, Maybe it's just the work culture of working with someone like Peppy that turns you that way. I feel like the only person I don't see do stuff like that is Pishy Fat. I mean, Pishy Fat even did the get discarded idiot edit, so... Or, well, I don't know if he edited that, but he certainly approved of it. Yeah, it's just he's not the perfect community member because he doesn't know that much about, like, the community that isn't just PP farmers. Yeah, I don't know. That's, I don't know if that guy's staff still. I don't think so. I don't know if he ever was, to be honest. I just assumed he was like an alumni or something. I don't know, I wouldn't take it too personally from getting a Peppy unfollow. I don't think being his mutual or friend is really worth your time regardless. Very strange. That's still strange, though. I don't know. But whatever. I think that's when you just kind of feel like, oh well, GG, go next. I mean, also he's in Japan. I feel like most people literally do not care. Oh, his home address? Okay, maybe don't do that, but like still. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think for me, maybe I just don't really think it's worth caring about because I don't see Peppy in a very friendly way anyways. Love the game he made, do not love his continual development upon it. I wonder if Peppy has like some kind of contingency plan if like he just suddenly died or something. Like what happens to Osu? I mean, he probably does to some extent, but it would be funny if Osu just kind of dies without him. I mean, that probably would have been more possible when Osu wasn't open source. I think the other devs would not want this either. That's the vibe I get. But maybe I'm wrong. Fun. Spicy chicken crispers. Yummy. I've also never been to Chili's. Nope. Every Pizza Hut is not a hut. Think about that. Wow. Much to learn, much to think about. What's up, Sierra? How you doing? A little mischief is permissible. Yeah, they should change their company to Pizza Building. It's a shelter. I would not take shelter in a Pizza Hut. Let's be real. Turning them into actual huts would be such an iconic thing, though, if they did. That would revive their business. Waffle House. Oh, no, 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 no. Bulletproof windows. Lovely. Yeah, the Waffle House index is a real thing. If you're in the middle of a storm and a Waffle House is closed, you're actually done for. Like, you're just straight up dead. You have no chance. Okay, but like, personally, that waffle is gonna hit real hard while I'm getting blown away by Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, the food hits really hard when the roof of the building flies away. This waffle is so good I could die. Guys. Many such cases. Claims to love waffles. Dies. Claims to be pro-waffle. Dies. How did this guy spawn here? Only 19 diffs left before May 2011 gets destroyed. Do it. Kill it. Okay, anything good? Invisibility potions? That's actually kind of funny. Alright, there we go. They call you the Pizza Hut of OSU players. That's what they call you. Pizza Hut. I've actually never had Pizza Hut. Am I crazy? Well, I am crazy, but that's besides the point. Uh, what is this song called? This song's called Fushi Kaden. Fushi Kaden. It's a Tash song. Tash Music Circle. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I've seen so few Pizza Huts in my life, so I just don't really have an opportunity to even try Pizza Hut. I just don't, it just doesn't look worth it. I feel like Pizza Hut probably would have been, like, super awesome in, like, the 90s, 2000s. But, like, Pizza Hut in the 2020s, I don't think so. I don't think I want that. Honestly, the more I listen to Shiki's songs, I really believe Air's the best one. I think I like Air more than Pure Ruby. The song is just incredible. This and Canary. Canary is incredible as well. The animal hit sounds don't leave me. I actually just FC'd that map with the storyboard and hit sounds on just like 2 weeks ago or something. I was so happy. Thank you. It was a shame. I was assessing like most of the map, but the ending is really like tricky, at least for me. And I would have rather FC'd with bad act than miss with really good act, so man, I still think I got like 98% or something. Didn't play yet, but 2.6 star Hyper Azora. True. That is pretty aura. Oh, sorry. I didn't say very much. I just said, like, that's another chunk done. And, just punching in my stats now. I am starting to notice that I've been getting quite a lot of faster than average chunks, and I'm starting to wonder, like, are the mountain chunks just that much worse than average, or am I just getting, like, really lucky right now? That's what I'm wondering. Because, like, the last how many chunks now in a row? It's been it's been 5 chunks in a row. And none of them are like super obvious fast ones to me at least, so I don't know. Let me punch in my blocks in Deep Slate. It's just an interesting observation, I think. But yeah, that's another chunk complete. 14.6k blocks mined. Deep Slate is 12.8k. Nice. Oh, I haven't been updating the overlay, so that is we're now to 279. So we can just jump straight to that. And I gotta update my chunk map as well. 78, 79. And then we got one more chunk to do, and we'll finish today at chunk 280. Alright. I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm gonna grab myself a little caffeine, and I'm also gonna throw my laundry in real quick. So yeah, beer be like 5 minutes probably. Okay. I have returned for one more chunk. Let's do it. These. Okay. Oh, what's that? Hey. What's up, Makwa? How you doing? Sorry, dead chat, dead streamer, dead everything. Dead chunks. Yeah, this is the third and final one for today. Tomorrow I plan to do a longer session, but I gotta hang out with the Goink today. I mean, I also want to, but I gotta. Cleared May 2011. Good job, Seer. Good job. We will not banish you to Pizza Hut today. School, feel dizzy, slept 4 hours midday. Well, didn't finish May 2011. I wonder when I finished May 2011. That would be kind of fun to figure out. Because I didn't really play chronologically. I played a lot by difficulty, and the only chronological I would do is just play maps, for the most part, when they got ranked. Yeah. Well, for me, going chronological would just not really make much sense, just because, like, I had so many scores on, like, low diffs already from every period. And also, I think I prefer doing by star rating and by approach rate anyways. It made me more efficient. And also sometimes I would like to break the order completely and just do whatever. Chronological is kind of hard for me to focus on. Yeah. I think I would only do chronological now if I'm doing, like, score fixing or something. I think that could be fun, trying to fix scores chronologically. Of course, there's gonna be some maps that I probably just don't want to put the effort in, though. Like, I already FC'd every 2007 map, and it was just... It's just so annoying to FC some of those maps. Like, Cheer was the last one I did for 2007, and if you guys saw my replay on Cheer, you would probably, like, realize, like, I was not meant to FC a map like that. I got really lucky on some of those patterns. Mods? You think I'm playing that with mods? Nah, I have seen that no mod with like 92% or something, or maybe even as low as like 89%. Like I was struggling. It just has the perfect combination of really difficult it's just hard enough reading, precision, and BPM wise for me that it's not in my skill set to FC maps like that. Yeah. I mean, Nomad was realistically the only way I was gonna FC the map. No, I think that map was exactly of its time. I don't think we need another cheer, actually. Honestly, though, going backwards through time would be kind of an interesting way to do Osu, especially because, like... I mean, okay, I don't really like 2007, but, like, going backwards through time, you're low-key going back to all the best maps. Like, going backwards from, like, 2015 to 2009 would be such an experience. Dude, 2018 to 2011 sounds pretty interesting. to me, I would just be like, dang, the maps are just getting better and better. Oh, okay. That went a lot deeper than I was expecting. Let me not overdo it. Maybe I'll also be able to keep up with new maps, yeah. Are you ever gonna be able to do completion? Like, do you even go at a pace to keep up with the maps? I don't remember. Maybe with 2x you could now, actually. I didn't really think about that, but I just thought of that right now. Maybe 2x could help. Or just rate changes above GT in general. 2 to 3 years. That's still a long time, man. Like, I know you're in it for the long haul, but I could not imagine being that close to completion and not just trying to get it over with. Oh man, you know what I just thought of that I wish I could check? I was doing score fixing for a little while in the last year. Like I would just do score fixing every couple days. And I remember I was trying really hard to fix some like low star maps, like really old low star maps. And I bet a lot of those maps that I was struggling really hard on, they probably went up in star rating. Like, there was like a low difficulty of Blythe that was giving me trouble, and a low diff of Lethal that was giving me trouble. And I just wonder if those maps are not even the same, like, star range anymore. I really should look at that. Because, like, reading actually is accounted into star rating now, so, like, a lot of those maps probably went up in star rating. Yeah. I mean, I know Blythe top diff apparently went up, like, 2 stars. Like, it's a 7-star map now. But I don't know about, like, the lower diff that I was struggling with. I'm also not a good reading player, or at least not like low AR reading. That's not really my strong suit. I'm only good at low AR reading when I'm like really pushing low AR the entire session. And even then, like, in so much as I'll maybe get like a low Acno mod FC or something, but definitely nothing like AR 0 or anything. I can't. Not only can I not play stuff like that, I kind of refuse to learn to play stuff like that. It's just not fun. Ooh, I should check like the other Air Zero maps I D-ranked. I gotta check so many map star ratings. Oh. Yeah, that was the maps I was talking about. That map was 5 stars until the reading update. It literally never peaked above like low 5-star, I think. Oh, you need to link that in chat or something, because I have never heard of this. LucyAlternative.com. Okay, let me open this to like bookmark it. Interesting. Okay, yeah, the normal diff I was struggling with used to be like 2 or maybe very low 3-star. Now it's 4.3 stars, so that's fun. Yeah. Yeah, dude, my profile is definitely a struggle to load on any of these websites. Yeah. I didn't realize that set was 2012. Like, to me, it really feels like something that would have been ranked in like 2009, 2011 at the latest. Made in 2011. I mean, still though. To me, it feels like it could have been made even earlier. That's cool. Nice job. The only way for me to hit the pattern in Rainbow Tylenol is to single tap. If I try to alternate it, I just completely die. No aim control when I alt. I have to get pretty lucky to hit stuff with flow alting. Rainbow Tylenol has no mittens. So true. Well, you don't need mittens after taking a Rainbow Tylenol anyways. I think it was something about Tylenol being linked to autism. Because everything is tied to autism. Yeah, it's also not true. It's literally a made-up thing. But our stupid government just pumps out these lies like it's nothing. Rainbow Tylenol for autistic gays, I guess. Oh, ain't that the truth? Considering who made it, that makes perfect sense, actually. Tylenol is making the kids gay. They're making the kids gay, autistic, and woke. That is a very difficult question because there is so many things going on in this country at the same time that it's too early to tell where the momentum will be. Like both for which party will win and which candidates will even be the nominees. There's a lot of building up of left-wing candidate momentum recently that could change things by the midterms and beyond. So depending on how that goes, we could definitely see someone like AOC or maybe Ro Khanna if we get a like an actual left-wing candidate. Everyone gets a puppy versus diarrhea decision. I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but in the USA right now, we have a literal diarrhea disease going around in our food, cyclosporiasis. So we literally got diarrhea forever. We unironically voted for diarrhea forever. And by the way, that happened because the people in charge, yeah, the people in charge just stopped scanning for these types of things. Like, they just were like, yeah, we don't care. We don't need to spend money on this. Joke's on them, though. I don't eat fresh veggies, so I'll be fine. No, but it's just like we live in a very stupid nightmare. Like not only is it nightmare, it's also very stupid. Like these people are not even sophisticated.
I like money.
Money_45
Yo.
just resubscribed for 17 months.
17.
Chicken.
Chicken. Thank you for the 17 months, Manny. How you doing? But yeah, honestly, Maklu, I think it's just too early to tell. We gotta wait until after November of this year to really tell what mood the country's gonna be in for 2028. And also, we have to figure out if we know if Donald Trump is gonna try and stay in power or not illegally. Like, constitutionally, he cannot be president again, but considering how this guy has already basically broken the Constitution in multiple ways, ignoring courts and whatnot, I would not put it past him to try and stay in power somehow. Yeah, crime is legal now. But only if you're rich and white. Yeah. We actually had a pretty long discussion about that very question yesterday on stream, Maklo. But I think depending on what happens, like, I think most likely there's only two people on the Republican side, as of currently, that would be the nominee. And that's either J.D. Vance, the current vice president, or Marco Rubio. I forgot what position he's in currently, but he's like he's a senator from Florida. Yeah, on the Democratic Party side, I think right now Green Party doesn't matter. Not a serious thing. Or the Cushman Party. I mean, we already know who's going to be the nominee there. But yeah, on the Democratic Party side, I think the front runners right now are, unfortunately, Kamala Harris, who, as we all know, got substituted in 100 days before the election and lost to Donald Trump. So she's currently the front runner because she has all the name recognition. But that's why I also say it's way too early, because, like, I don't think Kamala's gonna win. But Kamala Harris, there's also the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He is a very, if you looked at him, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that looks like a politician. He's very, I mean, he's just another one of these lizard people. He doesn't believe in anything. He also caters way too much to the right wing of the base. I just don't think he has the sauce. I don't think he has it within him to be the nominee. And then AOC, I think, currently, for like the left wing of the Democratic Party, has a pretty good chance of being the nominee, even just right now. There's a few other people, but they're people that you either probably don't know or don't care about, and frankly, I don't think they will win. Mamdani literally cannot be president constitutionally. He was not born in the United States of America. He is doing a wonderful job in New York City. But he is legally not allowed to be the president. There is no legal mechanism for Mamdani to be president. There's no, like, legal workaround. You literally have to be a natural-born citizen to be U.S. president. You would have to change the Constitution. You would have to amend the Constitution, I mean. So you would need a new amendment that basically nullifies that. And the last time we passed an amendment was literally in, like, the 1990s. There is no way to currently pass an amendment. Like, there is no coalition of states, either on the red or blue side, to pass an amendment currently. Because I think to pass an amendment, you need, like, 3/4 of the states and both chambers of Congress, or something to that level. It's a really large hurdle to overcome. What if the US attacks the country he was born in and take their land? I think he would still not be considered a United States citizen, because I don't think territories... I don't know if you would retroactively become a U.S. citizen, but also, I don't think the United States of America is going to invade Uganda. I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, we can't seem to even do anything to Iran. I don't think we will be able to do anything to any other country either. Yeah. And yeah, what you said earlier, Seer, Heritage Foundation is a cancer. It is part of the reason why we are in this mess. Thank you, Heritage Foundation. Thank you, Ronald Reagan. Sounds tough. Hope the Canva is good. That's why I'm hopeful, because I don't know how aware you are of American politics, because, like, you know, I don't expect you to know about American politics as a non-American, but, like, as of recently, like, the last couple of months, a lot of left-wing candidates, like, insurgent left-wing candidates, have been winning their primaries to become the Democratic nominee for the midterms in November. And that is a signal that the country wants something, like, actually different. Not all of them are winning. There's quite a lot of money that's being thrown at these candidates to make sure they lose. But enough of them have been winning that they could actually form a real voting bloc in Congress if they win in the general in November in the midterms. Like, just this week, on Tuesday, a left-wing insurgent candidate who doesn't take corporate money, doesn't take AIPAC money. AIPAC is the... it's basically Israel money. That's what AIPAC is. That's, like, the shorthand for it. And, this candidate in Michigan, he's a Muslim, he's Arab. He has the name, his full name is Abdul Rahman Muhammad bin Sayed. Al-Sayed. And they are scared of him because he is a scary Muslim Arab guy. Anyways, he won the Democratic primary by less than 1%. Super contentious primary, super ugly primary. He got outspent 10-1 by the end of the primary, and the opponent spent over $50 million in just TV advertisements. It is the most expensive Senate primary in United States history, and he still won. Like, it was such an insane result that, like, there is real momentum on the left now. Like, it is undeniable. When you get outspent and outpowered by that much and you still win the primary, like, that's what I mean by leftward momentum. And another candidate won as well in Michigan, who's part of DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, who are also representing the Democratic Party in these elections. And multiple DSA candidates have won across the country. There's another primary I'm looking at in Wisconsin. Wisconsin governor race. A Democratic Socialist candidate there is on the ticket, and they might win their primary as well. So, like, there is a lot of momentum for the left wing that has never happened in this country for a very, very long time, if ever, really. The last time we've had an actual leftward government was literally in the 1940s with FDR. So... Oh, and by the way, FDR won 4 times in a row before they had to amend the Constitution to be like, a president cannot serve 2 terms anymore. The same amendment that the Republicans now want to completely ignore and break for Donald Trump. A candidate who has a 30% approval rating. Who'd have thought people won't vote as billionaires want? Well, the thing is that for the longest time, they have. And even in this election, the billionaires almost got their way. The corporate money and the Israel money almost got their way. Like, it was literally less than 1%. And by the way, like, I should also point out, the polling said that Abdul was gonna win by, like, 15%. And he only won by less than 1%. And, the prevailing theories as to why this happened, the polling did not pan out that way, is that there's a couple things. One, he literally got outspent 10-1 and had TV advertisements blasting him as a terrorist and, like, calling him sexist and things like this. But also, Michigan in the primaries have an open primary, which means that Republicans could literally vote in the Democratic primary if they wanted. And fun fact about the Michigan primary this year, there was only one Republican candidate. You didn't have to vote for him. He was already the nominee. Literally no one ran against him. So every Republican in the state, if they wanted, could have easily voted in the Democratic primary. And the theory is that a lot of them voted for the other candidate. Again, I don't know if that's really what happened, but I'm sure it contributed a little bit. And we'll have data on that probably in, like, a couple of weeks. I'm not sure, but... It's just a really interesting case overall, and also it doesn't matter. He still won, even if it was really close, and that sends a signal and gives so much more momentum than had he lost. If a candidate like that would have lost, because again, this was literally the most expensive Senate primary, and the establishment and the billionaires and the oligarchs were trying to send a message. Do not mess with us. Do not get in our way. And they lost. Their candidate didn't go through. They're gonna spend so much money on the Republican candidate now that I think it might be... I'm expecting this to be the most expensive Senate race in the entire US history. Actually, there will probably be multiple record-breaking Senate races in this midterms, because these midterms might literally be the last election that we get to, like, voice our opinions before everything completely dies in this country in terms of being a democracy. I mean, you could argue 2024 was already the case, but, like, for now, we might still have one more shot. Because 2028 might end up being a complete nightmare of an election in terms of election integrity. Because Donald Trump does not want to lose. He does not want either himself or his next candidate to lose. Dude, I'm already not looking forward to the midterms, and unlike you guys, I live in this godforsaken country. I need these midterms in 2028 to go well. Because my life is on the line. I'm not a white guy. I'm not like I'm literally an Arab LGBTQ person. I am a high priority target for this stupid godforsaken country. So my life is kind of on the line depending on how these elections go. I really hope everything goes well. November of this year. So almost all of the primaries have happened. There's still a few going on. Like, the rest of them will happen throughout this month, and then the actual midterms, the Democrat versus Republican, is in November. So yeah. And by the way, the left-wing Arab candidate who won, he's from the state I grew up in, and I'm very happy to see someone who not only looks like me, but also sounds like me and thinks like me, actually possibly getting able to represent this country and represent, like, where I grew up. It really brings a level of joy in my heart that I haven't felt in a very long time. Like, this must be how people felt when Obama got elected in 2008. Like, seeing someone who actually looks like you and represents you, that's a crazy feeling. Because he would be the first, like, Muslim person to be in the Senate if he wins. I mean, I'm not religious, like, I don't care that much, but, like, he is, like, an actual left-wing candidate. And it's really funny, because they're trying to call him a socialist and communist, but he literally labels himself as a capitalist. It's just the only thing that's socialist and communist about him is that he wants free healthcare to people and wants, like, the government to actually do things for people. He's not even a crazy guy at all. He just wants healthcare, man. And by the way, he's also a doctor. Well, yeah, if Bernie won in 2028, dude, I don't care if he died in 3 seconds. The momentum change in having Bernie would obviously be huge. Now, that being said, Bernie should not run in 2028. Honestly, Bernie should have won in 2016, and we should be... We should have already moved on to his successor in the last year. Bernie would have been a 2-term president. Yeah, representation matters, dude. Like, I get it. Like, people find it kind of weird to think about identity so much, but, like, think about it from my perspective. Not only do I live in a country where they're doing bad things for me, but also the people who are doing bad things to me don't even look like me. So like, of course I'm gonna feel some kind of resentment both in terms of how they do politics, but also, like, the fact that, you know, these are people that I can't relate to in a lot of ways doing bad things to me. So having someone that only, not, like, actually looks like me and grew up in, like, a background that I'm familiar with, living in Michigan, but also represents the ideals I have, that is huge, and that really motivates me. That makes me feel like, wow, I'm actually being listened to, I'm being heard, I'm being represented. That's what these people are supposed to be. They're supposed to be represented. And see, here's the thing. If these people were doing good things, I wouldn't care if they're white, black, Hispanic, green. I don't care, man. Just please give me health care. Or a woman! Oh my goodness, I don't care if they're a woman either. Just please give me healthcare free at the point of service, man. Give me a livable wage. Give me housing I can afford. I'm literally never going to be able to afford a home. Like, I've already come to the conclusion that I literally will never be able to buy a home in this country currently. Now, isn't that sad to think about? I literally, like, I can't think of a single place in this country where I could afford a house and also afford everything else I need to survive. Apartments till death. Yeah. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Yeah. But yeah, look, man, this country is still really bad, and it's only gonna get worse from here. But seeing the potential for left-wing representation in our government, like, for real, gives me so much motivation that I cannot give up. I will not give up. Dude, there was a point in 2025 where I was getting really depressed again, knowing that, like, there is no hope living in this country. But now that I see these left-wing candidates and the overall mood of the country shifting really far away from the GOP, it gives me hope again. I'm a Republican and I love hating my wife. Trump sounds like a cool guy to choose versus Harris. I mean, a lot of the reason that Harris was not picked was because she's a woman, and a woman of color at that. And also, she had a funny laugh. And also, like, she's like, Trump literally called Kamala Harris a communist. She's literally, at best, a center-left person. At best. Like, she is a centrist through and through. She is not left-wing, let alone communist. There is no communists in our Congress. There is not anyone you could even... Yeah, communism means nothing. But there's literally no one... We don't even really have socialists in our Congress. Like, even Bernie barely counts as a socialist. Like, that's the crazy part. Our most left-wing candidates really aren't even actual socialists. So, it's just crazy. It's all smear tactics. It's all fear-mongering. It's all scare tactics. Meanwhile, these people are literally authoritarian fascists, and that's just empirical. Like, there is no nuance about it. It's just a fact. Anything that makes billionaires lose $1 is communism. It's true. It's communism for the billionaires. Or no. How is this stated? I've heard this saying once. You socialize the profits, but then you make the losses... How did the saying go? You privatize the profits, socialize the losses. That's how it goes. If you make a profit, that's capitalism, and that only goes to you. But if you lose anything as a corporation, then you socialize the losses and make all of us pay for it. Republicans and their Filipino wives, dude. The amount of Republicans that I've seen that voted for Trump in 2024 and then had their wife literally rounded up by ICE... It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Like, it's funny in a really dark and sad way. So yeah. Look, I think right now, I'm very much, I think the best way I can describe myself as a pessimistic optimist. If it, even though that sounds contradictory, I literally think that's how I view myself right now. Like, I think things are gonna get worse in the short term, like, much worse in the short term. But I'm also seeing that there is a way out. So I'm not gonna believe that there is no way out. But I'm also aware enough to realize that even if left-wing candidates are winning, that's only going to make this current administration get more evil, get more punishing. So in the short term, it's really going to get worse. Especially if left-wing people, like, actually win. So it's going to be... It's going to be one of those things that we're going to have to watch out for. Yeah, things will get much worse before they ever get better. That's the current situation. Yep. It's... Oh, man. I hate living in this country, dude. Why did I have to be born the way I was born in this time in this country? Oh, I think China will become the superpower of the 21st century. Like, by the end of it, they will be the superpower of the world in the same way that the United States was at the end of the Cold War. It's crazy, dude, because the USA literally could have stayed the superpower of the world had they not messed up everything for itself after 1991 or 1992. Trump winning made China the default superpower. Yeah. I mean, it's the same way with, like, the Soviet Union. Like, the fact that it collapsed by us doing not really that much made us the superpower by default, and we literally could have coasted on that. Like, we had so much goodwill from most of the world, even though we were still doing terrible things. We still had so much goodwill built up from, like, the World War II era that we could have gotten away with a lot of the bad things we did after that had we stopped there and just coasted off our good reputation. But no. The hubris of our leaders, the hubris of imperialism continues, and we are paying the price for it now. The consequences of our actions are slowly but surely coming. And maybe Trump won't ever pay for his sins, but the rest of us sure will. And I'm hoping that the people that are not too old to face punishment will face punishment. The only silver lining I can think about Donald Trump in terms of, like, him being a good influence on this country is the fact that we would literally never have DSA left-wing candidates winning without things getting at least this bad first. The powers that be would never have weakened themselves enough to let actual left-wing candidates win if we didn't have a malignant cancer on the system like Donald Trump. That's like the only silver lining I can think of. But my god, this guy was the worst thing that ever happened to this country as well. Okay, here's what I'll say about Donald Trump. He may not literally have killed the most people or done the most war crimes personally, but like, Donald Trump may be literally the worst person to have ever existed in terms of like embodying every negative trait possible. The lying, the narcissism, the self-enrichment, the corruption, the greed, the gluttony even. He embodies every negative trait to such a high level that maybe not in any single category is he the highest in, but he just embodies every negative trait to such a high level. He's such a jack of all trades of negative influence that he might be the literal worst person that's ever been given power in the history of the world. He's certainly gonna be up there. Maybe this is recency bias, maybe this is the fact that I have to live under this guy. Yeah, for sure modern history. Yeah, I mean, Genghis Khan, definitely not a great guy either, but I also don't know that much about him, to be fair. But, like, certainly, after World War II, there's not that many people to contend with that are worse than Donald Trump in terms of, like, overall person. The only people that come close are people like Benjamin Netanyahu, the big Yahoo, if you will. But of course, like, even a guy like the big Yahoo, he's literally considered a liberal in Israeli society. There's people to his right in that country, which I find horrifying. Like, there are people that told him he did not go far enough in Gaza, in Israel. Yeah, the big Yahoo, Putin, and Donald John Trump. These people are some of the worst people we have in modern history, for sure. And look, no country on this planet has a perfectly good leader or a perfectly good government or hasn't done anything wrong. But like the war crimes, the greed, corruption, and everything else of countries like Russia, the United States, and Israel is unparalleled in the last 50 years or so. Certainly in my lifetime, I have never seen countries worse than these. Like, China does not compare. China obviously has its own issues and allegations of genocide as well. But, like, man, I don't even know what to say. It's just... It's really strange growing up being told that we live in the most peaceful time in world history, and these are the most peaceful times. Like, is this really the best we can do? Is this the bar we've set for humanity, where this is the most peaceful time in history? Really? Like, we kind of suck. And it's not like there aren't people out there that know better. Most people, I would argue, are not like this. But the good people get dragged around by the bad people so much that we kind of let these atrocities happen. I mean, it's just like, yeah, like why would you think setting up these independent zones that are not even physically connected would be a good idea? What country in the world is set up like this and is actually successful? Please tell me. I think one of the sad realities of everything going on is that like everyone's true colors were shown. Like in terms of like the world organizing to stop these kinds of atrocities, they just won't. There is no government that's actually willing to stand up to make sure these atrocities don't happen. The concept of a world police isn't real. That's what we've learned. There is only a world aggressor, and that's the United States of America. I think it's just really hard to comprehend that we really live in a world where we can look at something like what happened in Gaza and just be like, actually it's not even real, and even if it is real, then it's fine because Hamas. Hamas. Why do they have an Africa Corps? Because of course they do. Because Africa as a continent has not suffered enough, and the beatings must continue until morale improves. That's why. Because they have all of the mineral wealth that we love to exploit. The northern half of the world, the global north. And unfortunately, most of the African nations are just not really strong enough to actually be able to fight off these people because of either corruption or just lack of ability to. And it's not like African people are more inherently corrupt or anything like that. It's that these crazy countries like Russia and basically any of these European countries come in and they're just like, we can exploit all of you because you're all poor and we have guns and we have them pointed at you and you will listen to us. So I would kind of listen to the people pointing guns at me too and be like, okay, I guess we'll do corruption, sure. Please don't kill me and my entire family and all the people I care about. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, not just the mental, the physical too. I mean, there is still colonialism. It's not like every country that's been colonized in Africa is like truly independent now. Like there is still a lot of colonial influence and control there, but like I get what you're saying. And yeah, that's the thing. Even if they all did leave, the anguish of that would pursue for generations. Like okay, see that is another reason why what Israel is doing to Gaza is such a mistake. Like, the generational trauma from something like that is not gonna make the Palestinian people and the Gazans any more charitable and any less violent. You are literally just proving the point that they need to be violent and they need to oppose you militarily because you're just gonna kill them either way. We may as well try to fight back because that's our only choice to maybe have a 1% chance of freedom. That's why whenever people say, like, whatever was done to Gaza was either deserved or, like, Hamas, it's like, buddy, imagine you were born in Gaza and you literally haven't had an election since, like, 2006. And you literally have no chance of being able to actually live because you are under occupation. And the only way to free yourself from constant Israeli surveillance and killing is fighting back. Like, I just don't see another way because diplomacy doesn't work. There's been, what, 1,500 people killed since the quote-unquote ceasefire last year? Or, like, earlier this year? I forget when it was. Like, dude, of course these people are gonna try to militarily resist if they can. I mean, the thing is they've so thoroughly cleansed and destroyed Gaza that they literally don't have weapons to fight back with anymore. Like, mission accomplished. These people can't fight back even if they want to. So why do you continue to persist with this? Aside from just you want to kill all of them and you want the land. If the only thing was to, like, stop them from, like, fighting back, you've already kind of accomplished the mission. But you've also done nothing to actually help the situation because, yeah, it is for the cruelty, it's for the resources, that's the point. But, like, again, unless you literally kill all of them, you're just going to make it that there's going to be a faction of Gazans and Palestinians that will try, maybe not now, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but in years' time, to retaliate for all of the cruelty that was inflicted upon them. Are you telling me that there's not a single Gazan out there who's lost their entire family that might be thinking about retaliation? And I'm not saying that they should. I'm not saying that it's right or that they should. But, like, what are you supposed to do? Genuinely, what are you supposed to do in a situation like that? Why do you have to be the perfect person when you are being genocided, when you are being illegally occupied? When you are the one having the bad things happen to you, why do you have to be the perfect person? It's I could keep going on and on about this and get really heated, but, like, I think I'll just end this by saying, because we're getting relatively close to the end of the chunk and thus the end of the stream, but, like, I'll just end, like, I really do hope one day that we can move on from this kind of thing as a species, where we stop inflicting this kind of cycle of pain and suffering, and that we can actually hold the people who do this type of thing actually accountable. I think there's just no way to guarantee that type of thing with our current structure of society, though. Like, I can't think of a solution that doesn't involve the Palestinian people and the Gazan people. Oh. to have their own military. Like, not allowing them to have a real military is kind of why this kind of thing is able to happen to them. Jump scare, true. I think another like reason why this issue fires me up so much is because like as someone who's Arab myself, like I'm not Palestinian, I'm Iraqi, but like I can see myself in these people. Like they look so similar to me. They look just like me, frankly. And like I could imagine myself being in this situation. Like that could have easily just been me had different circumstances happened up to that point in history. Like, I could have been on that end of the deal where I was the one being genocided, and I don't know, man. If I grew up in Gaza and I experienced everything that happened after October 7th, I don't think I would be the type of guy to be like, well, this is fine, and we should resist peacefully. Like, no, man. No. That just isn't... That's, one, not fair, and two, not realistic. These people deserve a chance of being able to defend themselves. What Hamas did on October 7th was a war crime. But everything that was done to Gaza after that was so out of proportion that it really just makes Hamas look like they look like they did just what they had to do. You know what I mean? Like I hate violence, dude. Violence is one of the things that I hate the most about living life. I wish that we never settled things with violence. But genuinely, what option did these people have? What are you supposed to do when you are in a literal concentration camp of a state? I would not take anyone's opinion seriously that they said they would resist non-violently even now, 3 years after the genocide ramped up in Gaza. I was gonna say continued, but the genocide didn't really start on October 7th of 2023, but the scale of it ramped up really hard. So I don't know, man. Maybe, I mean, it's certainly controversial in this country to say stuff like this, but like, dude, literally have empathy, put yourself in the shoes of these people. I will not take you seriously that you would actually never hold resentment against the Israeli government for doing these things to you. That's the thing. Hamas literally has not fired a single shot at the Israeli soldiers since the ceasefire of like last year. And they've still killed over 1,500 people, including continuing bombing to this day. Like, they still literally bomb Gaza to this day. So, yeah. Non-violent resistance rarely does anything. See, here's the thing. You can accomplish things through non-violence. But you also have to be willing to be violent if you are being threatened. If there is no threat to you, you should not be violent. That's my opinion. But the moment that people are being violent to you, you know, all bets are off. You are allowed to retaliate in proportion to the retaliation done against you. That's how I feel. Whatever was done to you, you are allowed to do to others. You treat people how you want to be treated. So if this is gonna sound crazy to people that think Hamas literally is a terrorist organization and is not allowed to do anything, but like, if Hamas had the same capacity as Israel to do what they did, they should be allowed to do the same things right back in equal proportion. Because that is the precedent that's been set. Now, do I think that would actually solve the conflict? No. But like, this is what you've done. You've created a cycle of violence that literally will not be broken until you, the oppressor, stop it. The people of Palestine and the people of Gaza are not the oppressors, and it is not on them to stop the violence. It is upon you, Israel, to stop. As you are the one who is de facto in charge of the entire area. Palestine isn't a country effectively. It is Israel. And that means you have the responsibility of actually dealing with the conflict. You are the one that needs it to stop. You are the one that is in charge of it, whether you like it or not. And unfortunately, they really like the conflict. And they want it to continue. And that's the frustrating thing. And that's the thing that makes life so depressing sometimes to have to think about. Because I see myself in a lot of these Palestinian people and the people of Gaza. And I just think, like, that could have been me, man. That could have been me. And had I been in that position, I would not take the opinion of Westerners seriously that we are terrorists. Had I been born into a situation like that, it would just be laughable. Sorry, I'm getting really heated about this, but I think, unfortunately, the lesson that the people of the Jewish people of the Holocaust took, when it was told never again, they took that to mean never again to us. Never let that happen again to us. Not never again as in genocide should never happen again. It's just that we should never let this happen again to us. That's the vibe I get from the current Israeli government. Yeah, I think if you really learn about the history of that region of the world, you're gonna find out very quickly how messed up everything is and how screwed over the Palestinians really got. Yeah, Israel wasn't a thing until the 1900s, from my understanding. Like, the modern iteration of it is not very old. And, like, the Palestinian people were living there for a very long time by the point of the like, Jewish settlers that came in during that time. God, another thing that makes me hate talking about Israel is that literally saying anything bad about Israel means that you're anti-Semitic, which is crazy. Like, ugh. That's why I'm also very, um, very intentional when I say the Israeli government, because obviously being Jewish doesn't matter in this scenario. What really matters is that the people of Israel are the one doing all this stuff. Now, of course, they are also a Jewish ethno-state, but I don't like any ethno-state. I don't care. It's a government administrating land. I mean, it's a government illegally administrating land, mind you, but I know that you're not gonna argue that much about that. I would just add that it's also frankly illegally occupying some of that land. I mean, it's also illegally occupying land of Lebanon and Syria as well, by the way. But that's a whole nother can of worms that I do not have time for, and I want to not start foaming at the mouth in terms of my hatred of the Israeli government. Anyways. No, no, I hate this number of diamond ore. 4547. That's like that orange ape. Ugh. God, how perfect for the end of this chunk, this conversation. Get that orange nonce off my screen. Alright, 14 diamond ore. 27 diamonds. Let me screenshot my blocks mine and my deep slate. God. 413. Oh, thank God they're prime numbers. That makes me feel a lot better. Alright, 14.9k blocks, then deep slate, 13.4k. Ooh. Yeah, good efficiency. Alright. And then we can update the overlay to say 280. Nice round even number. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like for some reason we're not allowed to criticize a government and the people of a country that are quite literally genocidal just because they also happen to be religious. It's like, buddy, all ethno-states are bad. I don't like any organized religion having their own occupied land. I don't think that's how we should be doing things. But, like, whatever, man. Whatever. I'm anti-Semitic. I'm racist. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. I'm all the above. Anyways. I know the People's Republic China really tries to make themselves I'm Chinese. Yeah, I mean it's just like every country. That's why the United States is such an interesting case because we were really like okay, it is propaganda that they were telling us that we are a melting pot, but like it is also true that this is among all the countries of the world a very diverse country. But like the people currently in charge are trying to make this a white Christian nation. So we are still very much an ethno state in the making if we don't stop it. And then we will just be like all the other ethno states of the world, which we don't need. We don't need. It was a melting pot because they took out all the whole soup that was there before. I mean, it was a melting pot because they stole all the people to make it diverse in the first place, but let's not talk about that one. Black Jesus will never be the US president. I mean, realistically, I think Jesus probably would have been either black or like brown. Because he would have been born around, like, the Middle East somewhere, right? I don't know that much about Christian theology, but, like, most of the soup. First Nations are still here, though, and not as populous. Yeah, I mean... Hey, guys, we're the United States. We don't directly do a genocide against people. Don't look at our past. Don't look at our past. Don't look at our past. And also, don't look at the countries we fund. I thought all black people are brown. Look, I don't have time for this discussion. I use the terms as how they're used, and I try not to be a bigot, and that's how I live my life. That's how people of dark skin are categorized. I don't think skin color really matters, by the way. But like, because of the country I grew up in, skin tone absolutely matters to a lot of people, and also my skin tone is a political statement to people, which is yikes. Like, as a thoroughly brown man, not passing for white, in my opinion, I have to care about I have to care about racism. But I don't think it's really, it doesn't matter. Yeah, white people are beige. White people are okay. Can we talk about how like a lot of white people are actually pink? Let's not actually talk about that. I don't have time. Anyways, I really do need to get out of here. Thank you guys for watching. We're gonna leave it there. Oh, what a world we live in, right? Oh man. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be a longer session. I really do hope to do that. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We can continue discussing this stuff if you want.